also be in order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll and you may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to the House chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Garber.
Excuse me. Let's pray. Emmanuel, God with us, thank you for your presence and faithfulness. Thank you for our leaders and all they have accomplished during this session. There is still work to be done, and I ask that you continue to guide and direct them. We are reminded that in you we find our hope that does not disappoint. Help us to hold on to this hope as we face countless situations and issues that bewilder and concern us. Assure us that nothing can take away the hope we have in you and in your activity in our world and lives. Please be with Representative Thomas as he goes into surgery today. Be with the medical personnel and guide them that results in a successful healing. Continue to be with Representative Waymaster in his healing. This I pray in your name. Amen.
Have all members had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing the Senate herewith transmits certificate of action by the Senate on House Bill 2313, an act concerning health and health care. The veto message from the governor having been received, a motion was made that notwithstanding the governor's objection to House Bill 2313, the bill be passed by a vote of 31 yeas, 9 nays. The motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the Senate voting in the affirmative, the bill passed. Senate adopts a conference committee report on House Bill 2021.
The governor's objection to Senate Bill 180 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. Is there a motion to reconsider? The Speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto, that Senate Bill 180 bill be passed. This bill is the Women's Bill of Rights, passed out of this chamber at 83 to 41, 28 to 12 in the Senate. No law in Kansas currently defines common sex based on terms such as woman, man, male, or female. We hear a lot about basing things on scientific fact. Sex is a scientific term that refers to either of the two categories of individuals, male or female. This bill will define that, and I'll stand for questions.
Speaker recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Senate Bill 180 is not about women's rights. There's nothing in the bill that says a woman has a right to something. Doesn't say that at all. So ignore the title because it's got nothing to do with women's Bill of Rights. What it does do is set up all kinds of discrimination to go on. And part of the bill is how you're even going to enforce this. So when I have asked this, even asked it in committee, I've asked it before here at the well, I've asked about how is this going to be enforced, and not a whole lot of response how it's going to be enforced. It looks like that in school that there will need to be special restrooms established for kids. And what I've been told is, well, even teachers will let certain kids, let's say transgender kids, be able to use a faculty restroom so that they are not harassed, I guess, by going to other restrooms. This bill also goes, it's within the bill, the Attorney General even said that this is ripe for all kinds of lawsuits. And why the legislature feels like they have to define a man or a woman is beyond my comprehension. There's no reason for that. There's no reason for the legislature to put this into statute. If we don't already know what that is, and I don't know how to help you with that. What it does do is it's going to also violate some of the federal laws that we have regarding like the Prison Rape Elimination Act, the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Hate Crimes Prevention Act. There could be jeopardizing all kinds of funding for federal funds, including funding for sexual and domestic violence grants. And those were the ones that really caused me a lot to think about and how this bill is going to affect that. I'm sure that we all can be in agreement that being able to have those grants available for the sexual and domestic violence organizations and shelters, that is really important. And we would not want to jeopardize that funding. And DCF has said that it could also affect funding for family preservation and even foster care funds for the Department of Children and Families. So this bill is too far reaching. It's a huge government overreach. Some of the things that was concerning in committee about this bill is that people felt like they wanted to be able to simplify how they could identify a person, whether they were a male or a female. So this bill is really about making people feel easy about this, feel comfortable about this. Doesn't matter what it's going to do to the children and the adults that it's going to affect. Nobody's thinking about that. If you also think that a transgender individual is going to be forced to dress differently in order to go into a facility that matches their biological sex, you're misinformed about that. That is not going to happen. What is going to happen is there's going to be much more harassment of individuals when they go into a restroom. That one, nobody's listening. A lot of things go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We are going to see much more harassment going on. If a person is transitioning from a transgender person is transitioning, part of what you do is you are in therapy, and part of what you do is you become familiar with wearing clothes of the gender that is much more what conforms to your identity. That is going to cause much more opportunities for harassment. And I've pointed out before that even I get harassed by men primarily, not by women, but by men. I get harassed for going into a woman's restroom because people think that the way I look, the way I dress, the way my hair is, that I'm a man. I have been stopped at the door by men to say, hey, you're going to the wrong restroom. This is going to just open up the doors for that and allow much more of that to go on. I urge you to sustain the veto on this. I urge you to think about what this is going to do to all the kids and adults. If you really truly care, I've heard person after person come to this well to say, we are here for the kids. If you really are here for the kids, then you're going to sustain the veto on this bill. You've got to think beyond what these words are. You got to think beyond that and think about what the true ramifications are going to be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Speaker recognizes Representative Barth.
Good morning, everyone. I voted for this already before as a yes vote, but I'm here this morning to speak to some of those folks that are out there that maybe voted no, that this time would vote yes. And I really want to share a story because some of the things I've heard is we don't care about kids, but we do care about kids. We care about girls, we care about safe spaces for people. And I've also heard that, oh, this doesn't happen in rural parts of Kansas, but it does happen in rural parts of Kansas. And I have a letter here I want to read to you all. That's from one of my constituents. And this is something that just happened over break. So the letter says, my name is Laura Dorsey, and I'm a parent in the Wellsville School District in USD 289, which, by the way, is the school I graduated from. Me personally, I'm saying that now. So back to the letter. I'm writing to you today to ask to vote yes to override the governor's veto on SB 180, Women's Bill of Rights. On Saturday, April 15th at prom at Wellsville High School, a female student walked in on a male student using the bathroom.
Representative, there has been an objection to you reading. Yep, you're not permitted to read according to Mason's manual. If there's an objection to you reading.
Okay. I won't read then. I'll just tell you the story. So there was a biological male that was in the girls' bathroom at the prom, and it created some problems. And they've gone to the school, and the schools need help. They need help with fixing this problem because it's created a problem with safe spaces. Laura goes on to tell about how she personally has been in a bathroom and a male has proceeded to enter the bathroom and attacked her in the bathroom. It happens to girls, and we need safe spaces for girls. We need boundaries for our children, for girls across the board. So I ask for you today, based off of everything that we've learned so far about what is happening, to vote yes. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Y'all, I promise I'm trying to sit in my seat, but you keep running these vetoes. We have to keep coming up and talking about them. I rise obviously in opposition to Senate Bill 180. What on earth are you all doing in bathrooms and locker rooms that you feel that you need to regulate them and make sure that that we need this bill? What on earth are you doing in a bathroom? I just got back from flying into the airport and a woman said, "Oh my God, a gender neutral restroom, I'll just hold it and go on the airplane." Is that the front or the back bathroom? They're all gender neutral. Senate Bill 180 is a direct violation of the Prison Rape Elimination Act. It also risks our JAG-K funding. We love having our folks from JAG-K come up here and talk about all the good work that they do. In 2023, we had $2.3 million in JAG grants to 27 awardees in this state. Why are we trying to risk that? This has been deemed the most anti-LGBT, the most anti-trans bill in the entire country. I thought we were better than that in Kansas. I thought because I get to go to other states, I got to spend the weekend with LGBT lawmakers from all over the country, and they say, you all in Kansas aren't the crazy ones. And yet here we are with the most extreme bill in the entire country. What are you doing in a bathroom and a locker room where you are so afraid? Just last session, we had a lawmaker who said she didn't appreciate, quote, the huge transgender female, end quote, using the Capitol bathroom. That was one of our colleagues. That is someone that Kansans elected and sent here. And you all are okay with that, just the rhetoric of the former representative. That district threw her out of office. I hope that if you vote for this, they will too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My last few colleagues made some excellent points, but I want to reiterate a few things. We will lose federal funding for domestic and sexual violence centers by passing this bill. That's reality. And when we think about it, when we think about bathrooms and who's going to use them, what we need to think about is, what does a trans male look like? Well, they look like a male. I know a lot of trans men, and they are buff, they are bearded, and they don't have breasts. I wouldn't want them going into a female's restroom if they were, if I can't tell them apart from a cis male. And that goes to the other side of the matter too. What happens, since we're so concerned about women being attacked in bathrooms, what happens if a trans woman goes into a men's restroom? What does that do? Well, what that does is it sets them up to be a victim of sexual assault and harassment and assault, period. And I don't think folks are thinking this through. I've seen a lot of videos on social media lately where people are getting up there and saying, well, I wouldn't want that person in my bathroom. And who they end up talking about is a trans man. That's ridiculous, y'all. You can't even tell. And that's the point. These are just folks trying to live their lives. I've already said this before. There's no reason to do this. And as we continue to say, this doesn't protect women at all. And once again, I think that the main complaint here is that people are concerned about being attacked by cisgender men. So we need to get a handle on what that looks like and why there's so much toxic masculinity going around. Why we have to fear for our safety. This is not something new to us as women, but this bill doesn't directly address that. It doesn't actually protect us in any way, shape, or form. This just calls out and discriminates against the trans community. We aren't the crazy state. Missouri's taken that up for us. The Senate did a great job yesterday by making sure that we can continue to offer gender-affirming care to our youth. What does that do for them when they're trying to figure out which restroom to use? What does that do? It puts them in harm's way. Are you all gonna go and check the genitals of every trans child who walks into the restroom, or maybe just children in general, so you can figure out who's a male and who's a female biologically? Absolutely not. And I don't know why those of us in the LGBTQ community keep getting called groomers and worse. We're not the ones pushing these bills and wanting to inspect kids' genitalia and wanting to say, hey, we need to know what's in your pants before you go to the restroom. That's not us. This is just a part of more culture war issues that mean nothing to this body or shouldn't, because these are human rights issues. We should be protecting everyone as a whole, all Kansans. And there are a lot of trans Kansans, but you wouldn't even know. You couldn't tell. I am tired of standing up here fighting for this. These are Americans too. These are Kansans. They deserve the freedom to live their authentic selves. And there's no reason why we should keep trying to pass legislation that removes their rights as Americans. Thank you.
Because we've been bordering a little bit on this, I'm going to remind the body of Section 121, subsection 1. No member may indulge in personalities, impugn motives of members, or use indecent or profane language. Obviously, the middle part of that is what I'm referring to. So let's try to keep it to where we do not impugn the motives of other members. The speaker recognizes Representative Alcala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Don't drink out of this water fountain, drink out of the one over there that says colored people only. Don't go to this school, go to that school over there because it's in the wrong neighborhood. Don't play with my kids because they're a lot different than your kids. Does any of those terms sound familiar? I grew up in the 60s and 70s, and I remember during the big civil rights movement, for people that were different and people that were afraid, those were quotes that were being said back then. Then we went Kansas, Topeka. We went through the big segregation issue with Brown v. Board. Because people are different, we want to separate and create separate rules. Sounds to me like we're trying to rewrite the 60s with separation, prejudice, and it just doesn't sound fair. If you think about it, it's the same sayings. I don't want you in my bathroom. I don't want you drinking out of my water fountain. I don't want you over my house. I don't want my kid hanging out with you. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Clayton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to address the body. One of the points that I wanted to raise, and some of you have heard me bring this up in a private conversation, I think when we look at a lot of these bills restricting who gets to go in what spaces and what should define a female-only space or a male-only space and what is and is not safety, is that this very concept seems fairly antiquated to me. I think as we are moving on, and especially as we're building new buildings and the way that we start living our lives, especially when it comes to in schools, in particular in locker rooms and bathrooms, is that what we need to be doing is looking forward and looking to the future and understanding that thankfully, a lot of the trauma that a lot of us had to go through, being forced to shower and be nude in front of classmates, it's like, man, I'll never be okay after some of the stuff that happened when I was in middle school, right? It is not okay for us to have these sorts of spaces where we are expecting our children to be naked in front of other children, regardless of the child's gender identity or sexual orientation. I believe that we should move forward into privacy if we really want to prevent things like rape and sexual abuse, whether that's against little boys or against little girls. We need to start looking at our infrastructure and start moving forward in a way where we don't force children to be naked in front of other children or forcing children to be naked in front of an adult unless that adult is their parent or their doctor. And so we start using bills like this as an idea to, oh, let's make everyone safe, when what we should be doing is stopping that kind of behavior. It is never appropriate to do that. So thank you, and this is why we should be voting no on this. This is antiquated thinking, and anyone who thinks it's okay to have children be naked in front of other children, perhaps you should check your own morality and understand that bills like this do not fix that problem, but changing the way that we do things and changing the way that we have these spaces does. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. What really galls me about this particular bill is that I think some of my previous representatives are right. I think that forcing trans women to go to the same bathroom as cisgender men is going to inevitably lead to more violence or even maybe worse, sexual assault. But then this bill prevents those trans women from accessing rape crisis centers when that happens. That's written into this bill. I think those two conflating are just egregiously morally wrong to allow for one thing to happen in this bill, but also prevent relief from that thing happening. And so that, among many reasons, is why I support sustaining the governor's veto. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Speaker recognizes Representative Chuck Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 daughters, so I feel like I have a right to say what I'm going to say. I went to a football game at Blue Valley, one of the Blue Valley schools, and it must have been one of the most beautiful facilities I've ever seen. And I went to the restroom, and when I walked in, I didn't see any urinals. All there were stalls. If that makes any sense. Just stalls. And I ran out because I thought I was in the girls' restroom. So men should go to the men's restroom and ladies should go to the ladies' restroom. And like I say, it's really pretty easy. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. What's being asked up here today by those that oppose this is to step on the rights of scientifically defined women. Apparently, Kansas believes it's okay to have males now in the female prisons because they identify as. The number 2 runner, female runner in the world, actually has 1,300 men that run faster than she does. 1,300 men. Just recently, a man ran in Tokyo and New York as a man, went to London, ran as a female. Women want to have safety when they go into a female space. Mr. Chairman, we have one representative here on this floor that thinks that making comments while I'm standing here at the mic is appropriate and it needs to stop.
While members at the well do not direct or try to heckle said member at the well. Thank you, body.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Where's the rights for women? For 50 years, women have fought for rights. For the rights to vote, for the right to own property, for the right to drive, for the right for equal pay, and we're still working on that one. And now we're being told by some folks today that women's rights don't matter. A new group matters more. And that's who we should protect. Little girls should not have to be exposed to a man in a female bathroom. But the biggest thing comes down to women's rights. When we fought for 50 years, why should our rights be taken away? I do talk to a lot of I've got quite a few liberal friends, actually. Apparently, the representative didn't understand the instructions from the chair. And the majority of them agree. Boys and men do not belong in women's bathrooms. Boys and men do not belong in the juvenile or the prison system with women. So I'm asking that we protect the rights of women. 83 of us cast that vote. 28 cast that vote in the Senate. Let's define the scientific meaning of woman. I ask that you override the veto on SB 180.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Landwehr that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Representative Tarwater and Representative Will Carpenter excused, and Representative Patton. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Doorman will close the doors and the clerk will read the roll.
Representative Boyd. Representative Thomas.
Representative Jacobs to be excused. Representative Haswood to be excused. Representative Alcala is excused. Representative Clayton is excused. Oh, no? Okay. Delay my last. Seeing 10 hands, call still in order. Representative Penn is excused. Representative Robinson is excused. Representative Ballard is excused. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Representative Howerton is excused. Seeing 10 hands, call still in order. Representative Carlin is excused. Members will be in their seats. Representative Mosier is excused. Representative Getz is excused. We're going to wait until at least one member returns. We're waiting until at least one member returns before the next member can leave. Representative Roth is excused. Seeing 10 hands, call still in order. While we are waiting, would any member like to explain his or her vote? Representative Rogers is excused. Representative Sutton is excused. Representative Bourgeon votes aye. Representative Carr is excused. Representative Thomas votes aye. Not seeing 10 hands, calls raised. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 84 having voted in favor and 40 against the passage of Senate Bill 180, the same having received the required 2/3 majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The governor's objection to House Bill 2344 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. Is there a motion to reconsider? The speaker recognizes Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto of House Bill 2344, the bill be passed. This is the child care bill that we had here on the floor. And kind of just want to go over some things. There's a lot of misinformation going around, and I wanted to kind of explain it so you could fully understand. Where I'm really looking at is in the supplemental note. If you want to pull that up to kind of see exactly what I'm talking about, I'm on page 8, and it's the chart where you can see exactly what we're talking about and how many kids you can have at a licensed facility. What's going around that's misinformation is that that there's going to be one provider watching 12 infants, and that's just not true. What the bill drastically did, that's really important to know, is that it changed the age of an infant from 0 to 18 months to 0 to 12 months. And so I've talked to licensed providers, and they even have said that this is very, very important, and that a 14-month baby is not an infant to them, and that they're getting phone calls every week because they need a spot for infants. And so that's the major thing I want to talk about, is that that's huge. It has increased the ratios by 1. So the max a single provider can watch is 4 infants. But then that also lowers their capacity on how many kiddos they really can have. Another thing I just want to indicate, and so everybody understands, this is not a mandate. This is not a mandate by any means. So if a licensed provider doesn't feel that they comfortable with increasing their capacity, they don't have to. They can stay exactly where they are, but you're allowing the option. The other thing I want to bring up is that KDH&E actually had regulations to do some of this already, and they went through all of the rules and regs process and had the public hearing, or they were about to have the public hearing in October, and then they pulled it. So they understand that there's an issue, and they even said in the Senate testimony that that they've had to bend regulations over 600 times. So there's a problem, and we need to do something about it. Another thing that I want to bring up is Senator O'Shea, in her testimony, she said, and I thought this was really interesting, that an individual who has a BA in elementary education, a MA in curriculum and instruction, a PhD in family studies, has taught grades 1 through 5, a professor at 2 different universities, and has over 30 years of teaching experience, and our current regulations could not have a child care facility, be an instructor for one. That is just, this is extremely overregulated, and we need to start pulling back this red tape. This is the #1 issue we've heard from everybody, is that childcare is extremely hard to find. It's very expensive. Just in my hometown, we're over 900 slots short, and I live in a small town. So I think that's very important that we listen to. Another thing that I found interesting in Stormont Vale, that they came out and supported it, that they even had the ratios. And right now, Kansas is 3-1, and we're one of 2 states. The bulk of the ratios is 4-1, and that's 32 states. That's what we're moving up to. Stormont Vale said if this were to go into effect, that they would open up a facility and had over 300 slots available here in Topeka for their employees. So I think this is really important that we pass this and we override the governor's veto, and I'll stand for questions.
Speaker recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. Will the carrier of the bill please have some questions? When was this, do you remember when this hearing was held in committee, Health and Human Services?
I have the agenda and I can get you the date. It was on March 21st.
Thank you. Yep. And the representative is correct. It was on March 31st that the bill was heard. I'm going to change that. There was an informational hearing scheduled on March 21st in Health and Human Services Committee. This bill was heard in Commerce just the day before. It then appeared on our agenda for Health and Human Services on the 21st for an informational hearing. We heard several proponents of the bill. There was one neutral. We had no opponents that were there. I heard later from that it was because some people didn't know about it. Others said, well, they weren't allowed to speak because it was going to be only an informational hearing. And then it turned into a really full-fledged hearing, and then we worked the bill. And even though with complaints, it still happened, and the bill was worked. There's many flaws to the bill. It was rushed, and there is a huge risk to safety for kids. And I have had numerous daycare centers within my district and outside of my district within the county. One of them being one of the largest hospitals in Johnson County that has a very, very large daycare center that they have put there for their own employees. And they have great concern about the and the way it was rushed, that there hasn't been enough of research done. There is a study being done now that should be ready by the end of the month that will then give really much more solid recommendations. That includes the fire marshal. The fire marshal was not included in the making of this bill. There are a lot of regulations, that is true. Do we need more daycare slots? Absolutely we do. Do we need more workers to work in daycare? Absolutely. But we also have to understand that in the bill, you'll see that some of the ages of the workers was lowered. It was lowered to 14, that was then changed. But now even an 18-year-old could become a director of a daycare. If you think daycare centers are only for glorified babysitting, you're very wrong about that. Daycare centers provide education to children. In those early years when the brain is just developing. And we should always want to have our young children to have the best education they can possibly have prior to age 3 for sure, when the brain is being developed. It is when they are a sponge. And if you're a parent, you know that. You know that. They pick up all kinds of things. They pick up language. This is when it's a good time to teach them another language because they pick it up very quickly. Because that brain, the way the brain is, the way it's developing, it is a sponge. This is not glorified babysitting. You don't want to lower the standards in order to have more children. And lowering the standards to have more children is no guarantee that you're going to have more workers. And speaking of brain development, the frontal lobe does not fully develop until you're in your 20s, early 20s. What does the frontal lobe do? It's about executive decisions. So if there's a fire, there's a tornado, there is something going on in the daycare and children have to be taken out for safety reasons, you think a 16-year-old or even an 18-year-old is going to know what to do? You know what teenagers are like sometimes. They have that deer in the headlights kind of look, and it's about me, and they'll take off. They're not going to be there to help get kids out of harm's way. You may have infants in beds, bassinets, or anything like that. They're on wheels, but how are you going to get them out very quickly when you've got nothing but younger people involved in that? One of the things that the very large daycare center at the hospital said one of their greatest concerns is the fact that there are a lot of children that have disabilities, and they are also in daycare. And you have a greater percentage sometimes of children with disabilities in these daycare centers. How are they going to be taken care of when we're trying to put more kids within a certain amount of space? This bill, I said it during the committee, several people said it during the committee. We really need to have an interim committee put together to really look at all of the layers that's involved within the daycare regulations. That includes stakeholders and includes the fire marshals onto the committee. We have had great success when we've done these kinds of committees with the Mental Health Workforce Committee. They came out with just the best recommendations we've ever had before, and we've had great outcomes with that. I believe we sustain this bill and we call for an interim committee. That would be the best way for us to address all of the issues involved with the daycare. I believe we will do much more harm if we rush into this and pass this bill. I ask you to sustain the bill. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak today. I will not be silly, and I would apologize to the member of the opposing party who was offended when I spoke at the previous time. It was not my intent to make fun of children. This is a serious issue. But I'm going to speak to those who will decide this vote today. There'll probably be 2 or 3 people. Most of us know our vote. I live daycare. My wife is there. I am there in my church. This is a good bill. And I know it's a good bill because yesterday when we went to a magnificent event, the Chamber, a group of bipartisan individuals who are Fortune 500 businesses that have given this state excess money because of how they have handled business. They approach this not as a political standpoint, but they approach it from business standpoint. They strongly recommend this be overridden. When you listen to the people in business in our chamber, a group of people from across the state have vetted this bill. The Department of Health and Environment is not listening. We have to do something. And so I ask those people who will make the difference on this bill, I hope that you will think about it because you will affect my life and these kids. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't even speaking on this particular bill, but I'll just say this and leave the well. My child, or any child that I care about, is certainly not a business decision. Thank you.
Seeing no further, Speaker recognizes Representative Shu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wasn't going to speak on this, but the speaker two previous pass caused me to. I think it's interesting that he brought up the event last night, the chamber dinner, because this bill is basically exactly what they want. Low-level workers who are taking care of more kids in a smaller space with less qualified childcare providers. I mean, that's how they treat labor in general. So I think that this bill is fitting for them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just want to reiterate a couple things real quick. One, I said earlier, and I'll say it again, Kansas and Maryland, 2 states have a ratio of infants to staff 3-to-1. 32 states and the National Association for the Education of Young Children recommend this ratio have 4-to-1. There's even states that have 5-to-1, 6-to-1, 7-to-1. We're just increasing it by 1 and be with 64% of all other states. 96% of other states have higher ratios than Kansas. This is huge. This is just simply moving it up. And I agree with the previous speaker from Johnson County that said that we need to have an interim on this. I completely agree. I think that there's more that needs to be done. This is extremely overly regulated. I think when we talk about the fire marshal, there's so many things. We have centers in Western Kansas just sitting there and they're ready to go out, but KDH&E has to come out and inspect it, and it takes over 30 days. Fire marshal has to come out, it takes over 30 days. They're sitting there with staff ready to go, with this facility ready to go, and nothing. So we need to do something, and I agree, and I hope that there is an interim over this, but I think this is a great start. So I hope that you vote yes to override the veto, and I close. Thank you.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Blue that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Doorman will close the doors and the clerk will read the roll.
Representative Alcala, Representative Bloom, Representative Boyd, Representative Will Carpenter, Representative Goddard, Representative Haswood, Representative Hoheisel, Representative Patton, Representative Rogers, Representative Sywert, Representative Tarwater, Representative Thomas.
Representative Sywert votes aye. . Representative Bloom votes aye. Representative Goddard votes aye. Representative Clifford is excused. Representative Howe is excused. Representative Christy Williams is excused. Representative Rajas votes aye. Representative Epley is excused. Members will be in their seats. Members will be in their seats. Representative Will Carpenter votes aye. Representative Patton votes aye. Representative Tarwater votes aye. Representative Haswood votes no. Representative Alcala votes no. Representative Hoheisel votes aye. Seeing 10 hands, call is still in order. Seeing 10 hands, call is still in order. Not seeing 10 hands, call is raised. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of HB 2344. In my home county of Saline County, according to Child Care Aware of Kansas, there's over 1,000 children in need of child care slots. Currently, the county has a licensed capacity for 708 children, but is currently only serving 446 children due to capacity challenges. The Salina Area Chamber of Commerce has identified wages as being a key issue in providing childcare. So they've worked with the Salina Area United Way to look for funding sources, and they will look to provide sustainability grants to childcare providers to provide a living wage for those that are caring for our children. So I do rise in support of HB 2344 as I feel it has more positives to lend our communities. Thank you.
Are there any further explanations of votes? Speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize I wasn't able to speak on this bill. I was on other business. This bill is very important to the business community. The workforce development issue, it's the #1 issue. This is it. This is it. I understand that some of these daycares are against this, but picture this. You own a business and the supply and demand curve is so strong that you can charge whatever you want for your product. Would you want somebody to force to allow better competition? No, you would want to use the government to block competition, and that's what we're doing. Normally, we throw millions of dollars at things. Actually, we did throw millions of dollars at this, $50 million at this already through pandemic money. All we're doing here is stepping out of the way. We're moving aside, and we're lining ourselves up with our states that are around us. We're not doing anything too crazy, and there's more to do, and we will. But let's pass this now, and then do more next year.
Time has expired.
Thanks.
Further explanations of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 81 having voted in favor and 42 against the passage of House Bill 2344, the same having failed to receive the required 2/3 majority is hereby declared sustained. The clerk will record the vote. The governor's objection to House Bill 2236 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. Is there a motion to reconsider? The Speaker recognizes Representative Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto of HB 2236, the bill be passed. This is a bill we've obviously seen before. This allows parents to opt their child out of a class or an activity or an assignment that is not included in the approved district curriculum or the educational standards. It also, at the same time, does a good job of balancing that student is still required to meet the course requirements through an alternative comparable activity. Exemptions from this instruction are guaranteed pursuant to this section and do not excuse the student from the responsibility to complete alternative assignments offered to obtain credit of the course. And course is a word that I'd like to key in on here because this affirms that a student must meet the graduation requirements by completing the courses. Our laws and the State Board of Education require certain requirements. They still have to be met. And fundamental and underneath all of those are state standards. Nobody gets out of any state standards, but it does give the families a guarantee that they get a voice in objecting to things that they find morally contrary to their family's values and their own morals or their religious views. And I've mentioned this before. When my daughter was young, she was assigned a character to portray who believed in and spoke positively about drugs. I did not want her to portray that character. I went to the teacher, and the teacher did what I thought was the right thing to do, and I compliment that district and that teacher for doing that. They allowed us, and I walked in the door with an alternative, and they agreed to it. And I think that's the way it should be, and frankly, I think that's the way it is in most districts. However, this year, we heard testimony from a district where that was not the case. And therefore, I think that it is important that we tell districts that they must adopt a policy. We're not telling them what the policy needs to be, but they get to adopt the policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Speaker recognizes Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This is, I was just looking over the bill this morning, and first states that a parent has a right to direct the education, upbringing, and moral or religious training of their children. That is a redundancy of the obvious. They already have that right. There's nothing in this bill that parents can't participate in already. This is another incursion into the rights and the responsibilities, the power, and the authority of our local school boards. This is the kind of issue that school boards are elected to address. And it seems to me like the Kansas House of Representatives does not see the reason to even have local school boards. Everything should be run from here in Topeka, obviously. That's absolutely wrong. Again, the same people who elect us elect local school boards to make these kinds of decisions, not us. I urge you that you sustain the governor's veto on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you. And I do confirm with the previous speaker, or concur with the previous speaker, that those rights are expanded in our Constitution. However, there was a school district who felt that they did not, because there was not a direct tie between that part of our Constitution and education. So that's why I believe that this is necessary, and I'd appreciate your vote to yes to override. Thank you.
The question arises on the
Close and
motion.
move.
Question arises on the motion of Representative Estes that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Members will be in their seats. The roll is still open. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Doorman will close the doors, and the clerk will read the roll.
Representative Alcala, Representative Boyd, Representative Will Carpenter, Representative Carr, Representative Haswood, Representative Patton, Representative Tarwater, Representative Thomas.
Representative Owsley is excused. Representative Chuck Smith is excused. Representative Underhill is excused. Representative Patton votes no. Representative Will Carpenter votes aye. Representative Haswood votes no. Representative Will Carpenter is excused. Representative Carr votes no. Representative Raj is excused. Representative Alcala votes no. Representative Tarwater votes aye. Not seeing 10 hands, calls raised. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 78 having voted in favor and 45 against the passage of House Bill 2236, the same having failed to receive the required 2/3 majority is hereby declared sustained. The clerk will record the vote. We will stand at ease. Yeah, hold on. The Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to suspend Joint Rule 4K.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection K of Joint Rule 4 of the Joint Rules of the Senate and House of Representatives, I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of considering House Bill 2285.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. The Speaker recognizes Representative Will Carpenter for a motion to adopt the Agree to Disagree report on House Bill 2285.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I move to adopt the Agree to Disagree Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 2285.
Is there discussion? The speaker
House Bill.
recognizes Representative Hoy.
House Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to give you all a little bit of background of why we've suspended the rules where we are now. So right before first adjournment during our marathon all-nighter, the Senate rejected the conference committee report on House Bill 2390, which included some provisions about vaccines and infectious disease. And since that bill failed and was dead, we now have this bill before us, HB 2285, that has a new conference committee meeting. We've met the last 2 mornings before we came in, and yesterday we came up with some language, said we're going to do the agree to disagree. The Senate voted on that agree to disagree. But then this morning during our conference, some more changes were made to that. So I just want you all to be aware that whether or not that you agree or disagree with the contents of this, we are still wordsmithing a bill that has language about infectious disease in it, taking away authorities from the Kansas Department of Health, from being able to require testing and quarantines in extreme situations of infectious diseases like the Ebola virus. We are gonna, I would ask you, is this really how we want to end our session? Is this really what we want to go out on and be working on right now as we're trying to get out of here? I think this bill is detrimental to public health and the safety of Kansas children and their families. And if what happens procedurally, if we reject this agree to disagree, would just be that the 2 of us that were kicked off the committee are back on. And so it doesn't kill it. It can still work on, and it would still be alive next session as well. So I would urge you to reject this and say this is not what we want to go out on for the legislative session. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. This is just some antics to stall the process, and I agree. I would urge you to vote this affirmative.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. A division has been called. Clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. With 74 having voted in favor and 36 against the motion passes. The Speaker appoints Representatives Will Carpenter, Humphreys, and Hoy as conferees on part of the House. Yes, sir. A point of order has been raised.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciated your admonition earlier this morning in regard to questioning the motives of members. I would ask at the next opportunity that we caucus that you please review with members, as I will, statements such as the last one about it being antics, which I think directly addresses the point you raised, but I think we need some additional counseling so everyone understands what that means. Thank you.
Thank you for your point of order, Representative. Representative Nguyen is appointed to replace Representative Poskin as a conferee on House Bill 2089. Representative Nguyen is appointed to replace Representative Poskin as a conferee on Senate Bill 113. Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Representative Stockstill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will hold agenda at 1:30 this afternoon, 1:30. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A reminder that, right now, between now and the time we come back, there will be a lot of committee meetings or conference committees going on. So welcome to attend those and understand that those are happening while we're doing this. Republicans, we will calendar at 1:30 in the old Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 1400 or 2 p.m.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House is in recess. The House will be in order. The Speaker recognizes Representative Johnson on a point of personal privilege. And Representative Underhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I bring before the body of the House Cassandra Beatty, a former student athlete at Baser Linwood High School, where I had the pleasure to coach her in the sport of women's powerlifting for 4 years. From a petite, quiet, shy young freshman, I watched Cassie develop into the state's strongest women's high school powerlifter. And she won championship after championship. Then she'd set records in different weight divisions and all of the different classes. It was amazing. Her power index as a woman lifter was off the charts. But her academics were equally impressive, and she would deliver our graduation speech at the top student in her class as her senior year. And while her father, Colonel Mark Beatty, Army Special Forces retired, is not here today, I'm sure he would agree with me that this young lady is an amazing person, as was her mother, Maria Grado. So now I ask one of Kansas's leading competitors in strongman competition to pick up the second part of the story, Representative Underhill.
Picking up where she left off in high school, Cassie accepted scholarships to Kansas State University and continued her winning ways in powerlifting competitions at the collegiate level. Again, championships and records. Accepting a major in kinesiology, she completed a master's and now is finishing her PhD at K-State. Beatty was one of only 15 students nationwide awarded a major scholarship by the Phi Kappa Phi Dissertation Fellowship Committee. What is becoming the icing on the cake is the nature of her dissertation, which is researching and designing strength and conditioning through a plan for inclusivity for women in athletics, for rehabilitation of special needs athletes, including disabled veterans. Her work in the Kansas City area is already paying off big dividends in this area without final publication of her work. She has become one of the top experts in her field. As Representative Johnson presents Cassandra Beatty, excuse me. As Representative Johnson presents Cassandra Beatty with a certificate from the House, please recognize her for her great achievements, and I ask the Speaker to spread our remarks across the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Introduction of original motions and House resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Resolution Number 6025 by Representatives Patton and Ballard. A resolution congratulating and commending the 2022-23 University of Kansas women's basketball team on an outstanding season and for winning the program's first Women's National Invitation Tournament championship. Whereas on April 1st, 2023, the University of Kansas women's basketball team completed an outstanding season by winning the WNIT championship. Whereas the Jayhawks completed a perfect 6-0 run in the WNIT tournament by downing Western Kentucky University 86-72, University of Missouri 75-47, University of Nebraska 64-55, University of Arkansas 78-64, and University of Washington 61-36, prior to the title win over Columbia of the Ivy League 66-59. Whereas Tiana Jackson was named the 2023 WNIT Most Valuable Player, and whereas Tiana Jackson was joined on the WNIT All-Tournament team by her fellow Jayhawk, Zakiya Franklin. Whereas the Jayhawks were represented on the 2022-23 All Big 12 women's basketball team by the senior trio of Tiana Zakaya and Holly Kiersgitter. The honors featured Tiana Jackson, Zakaya Franklin as all Big 12 first-team selections, Holly Kiersgitter as an all Big 12 honorable mention, and Tiana Jackson as a member of the Big 12 all-defensive team. Whereas Brandon Schneider completed his 8th season at the helm of the Kansas women's basketball program. Coach Schneider was the 2022 Big 12 Coach of the Year. Earlier in his career, Coach Schneider had a highly successful 12-year stint at Emporia State, where he guided the Lady Hornets to the 2010 NCAA Division II National Championship. Whereas, thanks to the Jayhawks' strong performance during the regular season and the hard work of the athletic department, the Jayhawks were selected to play all 6 of the WNIT games in historic Allen Fieldhouse, including the championship game in front of 11,701 fans, the largest crowd at Allen Fieldhouse for a women's basketball game since 2009. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the state of Kansas that we congratulate and commend the University of Kansas women's basketball team for an outstanding season and winning the WNIT championship.
On H.R. 6025, the Speaker recognizes Representative Patton and Ballard for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, and it is a pleasure to be standing here with Representative Patton this afternoon. And it is an honor to present to you the 2023 Women's National Invitation Tournament champions, the University of Kansas Jayhawks. This tremendous accomplishment reflects the hard work, the dedication, and talent of the team and coaching staff. The Jayhawks showed great resilience and determination throughout the tournament as they won 6 straight games on their way to the championship, finishing the season 25-11 overall. Rock chalk.
Oh, good practice. You be ready. We're going to do that again. These players have come from across the United States and around the world to represent the University of Kansas on the basketball court, in the classroom, and throughout our communities. They are a great source of pride for the university and the entire state of Kansas. Please join us in congratulating the Kansas women's basketball team on winning the 2023 WNIT championship. Rock chalk.
Jayhawks.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Resolution 6025 and ask that our remarks be spread across the journal.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Without objection, your remarks will be spread across the journal, and it's so ordered. Messages from the Senate. The clerk will read.
Senate adopts committee report on House Bill 2002, announcing the Senate herewith transmits certificate of action by the Senate on House Bill 2094, an act concerning public assistance relating to child care assistance. The veto message from the governor having been received, a motion was made that notwithstanding the governor's objection to House Bill 2094, the bill be passed by a vote of 28 yeas and 12 nays. The motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the Senate voting in the affirmative, the bill passed. Announcing the Senate herewith transmits certificate of action by the Senate on Senate Substitute for House Bill 2138, an act concerning education relating to school districts requiring separate overnight accommodations for students of each biological sex. The veto message from the governor having been received, a motion was made that notwithstanding the governor's objection to Senate Substitute for House Bill 2138, the bill be passed by a vote of 30 yeas and 9 nays. The motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the Senate voting in the affirmative, the bill passed. Senate herewith transmits certificate of action by the Senate on House Bill 2264, an act concerning health and health care. The veto message from the governor having been received, a motion was made that notwithstanding the governor's objection to HB 2264, the bill be passed by a vote of 29 and 11. The motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the the Senate voting in the affirmative, the bill passed. Senate herewith transmits certificate of action by the Senate on House Bill 2350, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. The veto message from the governor having been received, a motion was made that notwithstanding the governor's objection to House Bill 2350, the bill be passed by a vote of 30 yeas and 9 nays. The motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the Senate voting in the affirmative, the bill passed. The Senate not adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Substitute for House Bill 2010, requests a conference, appointed Senators Warren, Wilburn, and Corson as third conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 8.
The Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to suspend Joint Rule 4K.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to subsection K of Joint Rule 4 of the Joint Rules of Senate and House of Representatives, I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of considering Senate Bill 174, Senate Bill 131, Senate Substitute for House Bill 2060, House Bill 2002.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion carries. Speaker recognizes Representative Owens for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 174.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 174 comes to us again today after a few modifications in conference. I'm going to try to touch on them very briefly. This bill creates and amends what battery of a healthcare provider is. It also adds the combining of items with fentanyl into the manufacturing statute. It also legalizes the fentanyl test strips as well as the date rape drug test strips. This bill goes on to increase penalties substantially for the unlawful manufacturing of fentanyl. It adjusts to some extent the crimes of burglary and aggravated burglary and creates the crime of, or amends the crime of interference with a law enforcement agent. With that being said, I wanted to touch briefly on what changed in conference from the bill that originally passed this body with overwhelming majority. So what we did, this bill also does the prosecutorial authority for the Attorney General. Forgot about that one. So what we changed in conference were a few things, working with our ranking minority from both sides. And so 5 points to point out. One, we clarified the type and conduct that would constitute the crime of interference with a law enforcement officer. We also limited the crimes that the Attorney General would have the authority to prosecute. We added provision regarding the special sentencing rule for the penalty of manufacturing or distributing a controlled substance that was likely to be attractive to minors. We removed the language regarding crimes of interference with the conduct of a healthcare facility and aggravated interference with the conduct of a healthcare facility. We also adjusted the definition of a healthcare provider. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report and stand for questions.
For discussion, the Speaker recognizes Representative Carmichael. Speaker recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Well, this is a fine piece of sausage. I helped I was on the conference committee that worked on this, so I'm going to vote for it. I'm not sure, I'm not going to recommend voting one way or the other because I think there are reasons for just about anybody in here to vote for it or against it. Where did I go? The carrier really did cover most of the changes to the bill. If you're a real strong supporter of the bill that would intend to protect hospital workers, I think this is a mixed bag for you. The original bill had two components. One was a new crime of interference with the operation of a healthcare facility, which really got me to vote for the bill because I think it actually could make a difference. It also increased the penalty for battery against a healthcare worker, which in my experience, we've done this with any number of occupations and there's no data whatsoever that those increased penalties actually provide additional protection to the people they're designed to protect. So in the Senate's wisdom, they wanted to keep that section, which I thought was useless, and did not keep the section which I thought might be effective. So if that was an important component of this bill to you, you may not want to support it. And I just want one note, just I'm going to respectfully disagree with my chairman. I think the vote on this was not overwhelming before. I think 40 people voted against it. So the other part, there's the fleeing of a law enforcement officer. We did make some changes to clarify the bill so that it was clear that a law enforcement officer must warn someone to stop before fleeing the officer would become a crime. What this does is conduct, it's my understanding it's already illegal. What this bill does in effect is just raise the penalty level by one level of felony. So if this is an issue in your district, I mean, you might want to still vote against it if you voted against it last time. Lastly, the part of the bill that would have dramatically expanded the Attorney General's authority to prosecute any crime that occurred in more than one county. I think we wisely limited that to just the issue of retail theft, which is the reason that the bill was brought to us in the first place. And so I think that's a good change. It's one of the primary reasons that I support it. I also support the increases in, again, I've said this before, I'm not someone who usually comes here encouraging you to increase the penalties for crimes, but I support the increase of penalties for fentanyl distribution and manufacture that this bill does because we're seeing deaths all across our communities. The stuff is poison, and if it will do anything to decrease that, I'm willing to support it. This bill does also include the very important policy piece of excluding fentanyl test strips from the definition of drug paraphernalia so that people who, whether you like it or not, are going to keep using drugs, they can test those drugs to make sure that they won't kill them. So whatever you think about drug use, it shouldn't be a capital offense. So this legalizing the fentanyl test strips will help do that. So anyway, I'm going to vote for the bill, but I encourage you to use your judgment on it.
Speaker recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Again, John. Here.
Out of here. Not yet, brother, not yet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to express my appreciation to the chair, the vice chair, and the ranking member of the House Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee. You know, in many years past, a lot of the heavy lifting on some of these issues, particularly in conference, fell upon the members of the Judiciary Committee. And I think our vice chair and our chair would agree that we've had a comparatively easy conference committee season this year for judiciary, but that's only been because of the efforts of the chair, the vice chair, and the ranking member who had a number of things on their plate, and I do appreciate their efforts. That being said, I have what I think are a few friendly questions for the chair if he is available.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. First, the matter of interference with a hospital and assault upon healthcare employees. My recollection is that the original bill that we had here in the House covered both assaults on employees and interference with by the time it was amended, any healthcare facility. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think that is a bill that, at least originally, at least as it related to hospitals, was introduced by our speaker and others. Was that correct?
That is correct.
And that bill that passed here overwhelmingly, of course, had the support of the Hospital Association.
Correct.
But as I understand it now, the good bill that the speaker introduced and the Hospital Association supported, the provisions dealing with interference with a hospital or other medical facilities have all been left on the conference room cutting floor, so to speak. Is that right?
That is correct. Section 1 of that bill that created the crime of interference was removed as part of the negotiation process in conference. However, the Hospital Association is still very supportive of the provisions that are in this conference committee report.
But I think, as I understand it, their proposal that hospitals be protected was removed from the bill despite the fact that the Hospital Association asked for it and the speaker even introduced a bill to do it.
That is correct.
Now, I'm sure that we did not give up our bargaining position in that regard without good reason and in the interest of compromise. Could you share with us what the logic of our esteemed colleagues in the Senate was that caused them to find objection with the speaker's proposal and the Hospital Association proposal that we make it against the law to interfere with a hospital? Why in the world did they take that position, if you know, of course?
Unfortunately, I can't necessarily speak for them. What I can say, however, is that there are provisions that are now in our bill that this body supports overwhelmingly that they didn't particularly want there. And so the compromise was to give up something we wanted to get something that we wanted.
And I think one of the things that they gave up related to the jurisdiction of the Attorney General. Is that correct?
That is part of it, yes, as well as the fentanyl test strips being decriminalized.
And I wasn't going to miss, that's where we're going to end with a smile on our face, Mr. Chairman. But the bill, we had discussions, I know, in our committee about how we should handle a request for relatively broad jurisdiction for the Attorney General on multi-county crimes. And I know at one point in time, we wanted to limit it to these retail theft matters that were brought to us by, I believe, is Senator Clays on behalf of the Attorney General. And we proposed to, one, limit it to those types of retail theft crimes, or two, to RICO type actions. What happened to the RICO action provision in the conference committee?
The RICO action still remains in there. Originally, under the original bill, it gave the Attorney General basically broad authority for any crime. And we narrowed that scope back down to retail theft or RICO-related crimes only.
Okay. And I do appreciate that clarification because I missed that in our caucus and in the presentation earlier. The third question, as I promised, relates to the fentanyl test strips. We have taken a strong position in this body to legalize, if you will, fentanyl test strips because, quite frankly, you can't get high on a fentanyl test strip, but you can be killed by a product that has fentanyl. And so I think our position was, I believe, virtually unanimous in saying that ought to be legal. The Senate, on the other hand, had objection. And so one of the things, as I understand it, that the Senate gave up in exchange for no longer protecting a hospital, interference with a hospital, was that they relented on their position. And so if this legislation is passed and if it's signed by the governor, as I trust it will be, it would be legal to possess fentanyl test strips. Am I understanding this correctly?
That is absolutely correct, and I don't want to understate also the importance of decriminalizing the date rape drug test strips.
That's exactly where I was headed.
Because that is
as well.
Absolutely, and that is a very important part of this for protecting our daughters and our women.
And our sons as well. In fact, there are now reports of so-called date rape drugs being used in gay clubs to attack males. So
That's new to me.
it goes for everybody. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I know you don't.
The reality is we're protecting people, and that's the
Right.
important part.
Yeah, I heard it on NPR, so it must be true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate your help. Friends, I really wish we could have protected hospitals and clinics. I don't understand why in the world the Senate doesn't want to protect hospitals and clinics. But if that was the price that had to be paid to, number one, limit the authority of the Attorney General to something much closer to his or her traditional role, and if that was the price in finally legalizing fentanyl test strips as well as tests for what some folks refer to as roofies or words to that effect, then it was a good bargain, and I'm prepared to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I ask the bringer of the bill?
Yes, sir.
With respect to the fleeing law, that's currently a law that's on the books now, am I correct?
Fleeing and eluding in a vehicle or a motorized vehicle or on some type of a vehicle is, but fleeing on foot is not specifically addressed, as this bill will address it.
Thank you. Situations like this, I really hate that they come to be, because I believe that this is, I believe that most of this bill is excellent. The fentanyl strips, we definitely need those. You know, why we package it with things that just convoluted and muddy the waters is beyond me. Most of you know me, and I'm a fairly nice guy. However, whether many of you would be willing to admit it or not, many of you, if you met me in a dark parking garage at night, would be somewhat fearful if I was walking towards you at a rapid pace. Doesn't mean that I'm not a nice guy. You would just be somewhat fearful. Couple that with a friend or two that may be walking with me, similar size, stature, and certainly color, and you would then become very fearful if we were walking towards you in a dark alley. I just want you to understand that there's fear that's there. And for young people, certainly in my community, they have that same fear oftentimes when they're approached by the police. You know, fear that's warranted, right? I can't promise you that by the week's end, there won't be another case where you see some unarmed African-American male who's been shot for almost nothing. So that fear is warranted, just as you would be afraid to see me under the right circumstances. And for those individuals to be scared and flee only because they're scared. You know, I can walk past young ladies, no offense, even today, not dressed in this attire, you know, and quickly I can hear the click because they've gotten their vehicles and locked the door. Okay? People are scared. And when they're scared, they do things. They try to evade and get away. Again, so many good things in this bill, but I won't be able to support that based on the fact that I know that there are young, certainly men that look like me that would be nothing more than afraid of police officers, and they might have the propensity to want to run to get away to be safe. You vote like you want to, but I certainly won't be able to support this based upon that. I hate that we even bring bills up that are packaged this way. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kind of in reference to what the previous speaker said, I too have often been frustrated that we have a process that brings a lot of things together. It's certainly not a perfect process, but it is the reality that we live in. And there are some things that cause me pause in this, but overall, I think the policy that's good far outweighs what's bad in this. And I'm very thankful for the chair of the Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee for the work he's done on this. And I would encourage your support. You know that we've been talking about this for a couple of years, particularly the fentanyl testing strips. And in the time that we have not acted, people have died. And I think that it's the time for us to get this done and prevent future deaths. So I'd encourage your support.
Representative Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted originally no on this bill, and I think some of the stuff that I objected has been taken out, and I appreciate the compromise. I appreciate the chairman listening to my concerns and helping me with that. But I do also have a concern. I wish that not every single bill, or let me be hickish with you, pert near every single bill that we do up here involves race or bigotry or whatever else. I'm getting tired of being accused for that, for something I have not done and do not do and will not do. There's no race in this. None. We got to stop making it such a political ploy. Throughout my years, I've never heard anybody on this floor, whether we call it the left or the right or the middle, whatever, who cares? We're here for our people. We're here to uphold the Constitution. It's not about race or racism here. And if it is, I believe that this body is more compassionate and loving to not embrace that. So it gets old. Every single thing that we do up here, it seems like. The labeling, the nonsense, the processed cow grass. I'm tired of it. Let's be done with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate the comments from my colleague from Wichita. I have a 26-year-old African-American son, and we've certainly had the talk, which you do as a parent of an African-American child at a very early age. But I would not want you to vote against this package. We sent 2 bills over, 121-0 with decriminalization of fentanyl test strips and hydroxybutyric acid, date rape, test strips, and they both were killed in the Senate. This is our chance. I congratulate the chairman for his negotiating skill. I'm fully in support of Senate Bill 174. Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Carr for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the previous representative's comments. However, I'll bring a few things or make him aware of a few things that maybe he didn't know. At the time of the writing of the Constitution didn't include people that look like me. And as much as I will agree that probably there are many people in this body that aren't as affected by race, I would be a bitter fool to believe that there isn't someone in here or some people within this body where race is an issue. The fact that we want to wish it away is easy when it doesn't affect you. I wouldn't be doing my job speaking for my constituency, as the representative mentioned, if I pretended like it didn't exist. So I would refuse to do that, and I would hope that the rest of this body would refuse to do that as well. Race is live and well and in living color, play on words, in this country. And if we continue to pretend like it doesn't exist, then it will forever exist. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to clarify something just to make sure that the representative from Sedgwick County who shared his concerns knows that his ranking minority specifically addressed those very concerns. So I just want to make sure that you understand the amendment that he put forward on behalf of all of our African-American community to address your very concerns. Because what this bill ultimately does, while it still allows and creates that rule for fleeing, what it specifically does though now is, let me find the notes here. The officer under the amendment has to have reason to stop the person under a continuing law in the Kansas Code of Criminal Procedure. So they can't just run out of fear and be arrested for that. In addition, the officer would have had to have given visual or audible signal to stop. And so it's the furtherance, the continuing law in the Kansas criminal procedure that the ranking minority brought to our attention for that very concern and to address that, so that fear by itself does not become an arrestable offense. I'm very thankful for my ranking minority member. You know, I have many disagreements in our philosophy, but we work very well together trying to address the concerns of this body. If we tried to carry each one of these bills individually, as many would prefer, then half of them wouldn't make it through the Senate and the other half wouldn't have made it through the House. And that's the only way that we're able to get some of these things done, when the House likes one position and the Senate likes another. I also want to give specific thanks to the Senate Judiciary Chairwoman, the Vice Chairman, and the ranking minority for working very diligently on this. This was not an easy bill to construct. It was not an easy process to get through, as many of you have heard. But we heard the voices from both sides of the aisle in this room, and I believe created a very good product that represents the give and take that has to exist to create good law in the state of Kansas. And I thank them and I thank each of you for your work on this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I close.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 174. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Yep. Members need to be in their seats. Would you like to come to the front and vocalize your point of order, Representative? Because I can't hear you from here.
Thank you, Speaker. Many of us did not even touch the roll or touch our buttons, and it automatically came on. So I would request something different happen.
So what we are going to do is we are going to reopen the roll and allow everybody to push their buttons, and we'll have the clerks look into that. Okay, we're going to start over. This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 174. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Yeah. Let's hold on, everybody. Are you able to push your buttons to change it? They are not. Everybody stand by. We're going to go ahead and have the clerk clear the roll one more time real quick, and so we're not on final action, so you can move. The body will stand at ease.
But we can always, so
House will come to order. Okay, so what is going on, or at least what we believe is going on, is that this section of the body towards the back row, the card is most likely malfunctioning for that section of the body with the voting system. So IT is currently going to go look at the card and validate that that is the case. What we are going to do is we are going to open the roll, and everybody that is in that section of the body, we will manually change your votes if they're not coming across correctly. So up or down fingers for that portion of the body. Everybody else, click your buttons per normal. Does everybody understand? Do what? If your buttons are already selected, then your buttons won't work. So what we need you to do is we will manually switch it for you up here because the system, we have the ability to do that within the system. Okay, so we're going to get ready to go into final action. All members will be in their seats. We're having fun today. Here we go. All right. This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 174. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. We will have to close the roll before you can do that. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Okay. This back left session, you are already reported as voting aye. If you're voting aye, you're good. If you want to vote the other way, then let us know. Because all of you are green currently. Representative Hill votes aye. Are there any further changes from the back left? Okay. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? For an explanation of vote, Representative Estes.
It's not an explanation of votes, but ours aren't acting correctly either. Some people's, theirs came on, sometimes mine comes on, or it won't come on, and then it turned yellow. So I don't think that's the only section.
Okay, is everybody look at the board. Is your vote what you want it to be? Okay. Has everybody had the ability to look at the board and figure out if how they voted is the way that they want to vote? Does any member want to go the opposite direction as to the light that's on the board that's indicated? Okay, seeing none. With 113 having voted in favor and 9 against the passage of Senate Bill 174, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The body will stand at ease while our IT seeks to solve the problem before future votes. All right, we're going to go ahead and push forward. IT is going to address the issue, but what we're going to do once we get to the vote, ladies and gentlemen, is look at the board to figure out if you're having a light issue and it's indicating one way or the other, look at the board. And if that's not the way you want to vote, then up or down with your hand and we can modify it manually from the dais. Okay, the speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 131.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I move to adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 131. Substitute for Senate Bill 131 permits the issuance of the sports waiver for certain healthcare professionals. Amends a provision in the Pharmacy Act of the State of Kansas to add pharmacy technicians who meet the age and supervision oversight parameters to the list of those authorized to administer vaccines. And modify several requirements for some of the professionals licensed by the Behavioral Science Board. I'll stand for questions.
Speaker recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. For once, I am asking in the affirmative to please pass. This is a very good bill. It's a very good, no questions for you. We've worked too hard on this. I asked to vote for Senate Bill 131. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Close.
Okay, we're getting ready to do final action. If your buttons are not working, look at the board. If it's not what you want to do, hand up yes or no after we close the roll. This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 131. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Members will be in their seats. Has every member had the opportunity to record the vote? The clerk will close the roll. Representative Hauser votes no. Representative Garber votes no. Representative Hill votes aye. Representative Jacobs votes no. Representative Heiberger votes aye. Representative Goddard votes aye. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 118 having voted in favor and 4 against the passage of Senate Bill 131, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr for a motion to adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2060.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2060. It deals with various technical changes on statutes, including the changes to the driver's license, law school license, amends law relating to the state medical student loan program and the medical residency bridging program, and would establish an obstetrics and gynecology medical loan repayment program. Stand for questions.
Seeing no discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you stand for some questions, please? In this OBGYN medical loan repayment fund, what is the amount? How much money is in that fund, please?
This will be a new fund.
And so how much money has been allocated?
None that I am aware of. This was actually a deal that came from the Senate.
Okay. So is it correct for me to say there are 3 funds here being established? Scholarship funds?
Well, they're actually loan programs is what they are. So they're part of the repayment loan program.
Okay, so there's one that's OBGYN, and is the, and so what's the difference between the loan repayment fund and the OBGYN medical residency bridging fund? They're the same? Or is this loan and then the repayment?
Well, it appears to me that according to the report, the bill would establish the OBGYN medical loan repayment funds.
That's one.
And the OBGYN medical residency bridging fund to be used for residency training programs. So yes, 2 funds.
2 funds. And then the osteopathic medical service scholarship?
Yep.
Is that another?
That's actually an existing fund out there that doesn't have, that was used for several years and kind of went dormant, but there is a small amount of money in there and funds would be added to it eventually.
What is then the time frame for the repayment fund? How long do you have and how much is that loan?
I think it depends upon what they're going, because it's not, like I said, this came from the Senate. It wasn't something I had the discussion on into the amounts. It's not mentioned in here. And I don't believe that it gets paid off until they serve in rural areas.
But
For
you
a
don't
period
know
of
how
time.
long? Okay,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, body. HB 2060, in my opinion, is an example of taking a positive, good bill and then inserting, in my opinion, a poison pill. The problem with understanding is, as you've seen, we really didn't have a full grasp of a lot of the details of this component. And this is the component that is, in my opinion, a poison pill. Now, you see, I can stand up here and proudly and clearly tell you I'm pro-choice. That does not mean I'm anti-life. That does not mean I want to kill babies. That does not mean all those other negative criticisms that come toward, that are thrown toward people who claim they're pro-choice. But in spite of the vote that Kansans made in August, here is inserted, in my opinion, an anti-abortion clause. We know there's a need for OBGYN physicians. We know there is a need for them in rural areas, urban areas as well. And I would understand a medical student saying, tell you what, I'll take the money, however long the repayment time is, and then I'll do what I want to do. But to say in this bill that, again, K-12, we never heard this bill. It never came before the Health Committee. But again, that's the process. So won't cry over spilt milk. But the bill would prohibit a person who completed the approved OBGYN residence training program from performing or inducing or attempting to perform or induce an abortion or work for or create a clinic that performs or induces abortions during the time such person is satisfying the service requirement under the loan programs. And to say that in cases of rape or incest, you would not have violated the rules. That's not enough for some of us. And so, although it has some decent little provisions, GED, driver's ed, workforce, dual enrollment, I cannot support this. I vote no because, and I'm going to go into my pro-choice rant. You don't have the right to interfere with families' decisions on their reproductive health. This legislature has continuously, and you'll have the votes. So you vote anything you want. But the residents of Kansas made it clear, you don't have that right to interfere with women and their families and their decisions about their reproductive health. I vote no.
Speaker recognizes Representative Helgerson.
I have a couple questions for the representative when she gets free. Representative, if you have a second. Can you tell me a little bit about what training is allowed and not allowed with the scholarship money that the state provides for obstetrics? Or rather, are there prohibitions about the education of abortions?
There is.
Can you explain a little bit more?
It says here, the bill would prohibit a person who completed an approved OBGYN residency training program performing or inducing or attempting to perform or induce an abortion or work for or create a clinic that performs or induces abortions during the time such person is satisfying their service requirement under the loan program. So a person who fails to satisfy that service requirement due to performing or inducing an abortion then will repay all money received pursuant to the loan plus accumulated interest at an annual rate of 15%.
Is that new language?
Exceptions. I don't know, because like I said, this came from the Senate through the Education Committee. That piece in detail was not discussed. This may be a new account.
Okay.
Because under the hospital authority, no abortions can be paid for at KU.
Yeah, I remember that. Thank you. In fact, let's go back to what she just said. I'll take you back. I hate to do this, but I think it was 93 or 94. Big Phil Klein was chairman, Mike Farmer was vice chair, and Helgerson was the ranking. And Mike and I didn't like the idea of abortions occurring on state campus. So, as you might guess, I can be pretty damn stubborn. And when I wasn't getting the straight answers, Mike and I demanded that we go to KU and we have a conversation with them. And that's when it stopped. So first of all, I don't believe that we should use state facilities for abortions. And Mike and I agreed that, and that's how it happened. Going back a long, long time. But my concern is that we have now gone from following what I believe is what we want ethically as a state to now prohibiting a legal activity and those individuals being trained on it. That crosses a whole different line. I believe that if the voters have made a decision to allow abortion in this state, I want the doctors to have the best training. To prohibit them from having that is not in anyone's best health interest. I walk a real close line because I am torn on this issue. I am torn because raised Catholic, go to church on a regular basis, but I still have everything that you all have, those feelings. But the state and our obligation is different than my religious obligation. And today, the last few days, we have crossed the line where my religious beliefs or other people's religious beliefs suddenly takes over what the state policy is. We don't allow insurance. We don't allow training. I disagree adamantly about that. I also disagree adamantly that the Senate puts in these things and they come over to here. I'll struggle with my own issues on abortion, but I believe that if we have a legal service in this state, it is our obligation to make sure that those individuals that we have told have a license to perform that legal service should have the best adequate training. Doesn't necessarily mean that we have to pay for it all, but we need to make sure that that is allowed under our rules and regs. And we have gone over that line. And two of my friends and I had a conversation about this abortion issue earlier. And I wish I at times had their fervor, but I have a fervor to say the majority of the Kansans feel differently than the majority of us. And therefore, I'm going to vote against this because I don't agree. I think this is too far of a bill, and it needs to be looked at again.
Speaker recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Would the carrier stand for a couple of questions?
Yes, sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. You had to wait for me. So it's my understanding there's subject matter in this bill that was not did not pass through our House. Is that correct?
There was what?
There's material in this bill that was not passed through the House. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is there material in this bill that was also not passed through the Senate?
Can I go check?
Sure.
Revisers believe it all passed the Senate.
Thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the carrier stand for a few questions?
Yes.
So the thing that seems to be causing the most concern is this loan program for OGBYNs out of KU. And I've been reading the report and going through this. I want to make sure I understand. That we're basically, there's an existing loan program, medical loan program, and we're increasing that from 6 to 12, and we're allowing those additional slots to be used for OBGYN.
Yes.
And my understanding also is that there is a provision that says under the service of the loan, during the service of the loan, they would be prohibited from anything related to abortion during that period, but once that time is over, they're free to do as they please.
Yes.
And there was one other point, I was trying to be sure. But there's one other, and if it's a declared a medical emergency, they can still perform an abortion in a medical emergency during the time of the loan, if they're practicing. If there's a medical emergency, that's a qualified exemption,
Yes.
is that right?
Medical emergency, rape, or incest.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Would the carrier of the bill stand for just a few questions? We met yesterday, so. um, First of all, my daughter went through KU and is an OBGYN. So I can tell you what the curriculum is and what they do and what they don't do. So my question to you is, without hearing this bill and what I am seeing um, in the inability to understand totally what the bill is, how did we get this far?
How did we what?
Get this far? How did it get in there if you weren't aware? In that conference committee, was it explained? What was the discussion? And how did they explain it to you?
Well, this particular piece wasn't explained. And what I believe the issue is, after visiting with some folks, currently Kansas law, not in this, Kansas law says that there will not be tax dollars spent for abortions, period, except for those 3 exceptions.
Do you
So
know?
this is taxpayer dollars that these loans go to the students.
Okay. The issue is here, and I'll let you go because I can explain. I think it'll explain what I just asked you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, when a student goes into medical school and they choose a residency, my daughter's was OBGYN, they are asked up front, do you want to be trained in this area or do you not? And they have a choice. They have a decision to make. So the issue is here, there is no reason for this simply because they make that decision before they ever go into it. It has to be made because KU doesn't do them. KU, I'm not even sure if it teaches it. In fact, the first 2 years of my daughter's education, she went on to the University of Iowa, which is one of the top 3 women's programs in the United States. KU called her and asked if she would come back, and she ended up being their chief resident during her time there. So the thing was, they were asked before, not asked later. They didn't decide later, and there will be no way that they would be taught that because KU has strict guidelines. And the thing that scares me about this particular piece is that no one heard it here in the House. No one. No one knew anything about it. And in the conversations here at the well today, there are questions that can't be answered, and they can't be answered. I'm not saying they're being avoided. I don't think that's it. But in the conference committee, if it wasn't explained, why? And why did somebody or a group of people sign off on something that they knew nothing about, that they can't describe, they can't give us information on? This is what happens when bills are heard one place or the other, but aren't fully vetted. What are we doing here? If we vote on something like this and none of us in here know or understand what it is, why are we doing that? Are we educated? Is it vetted? Have we received a brief on it? No. We are not doing our job to let something of this nature go through with no knowledge. None. We are shortcoming the people of Kansas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
I can tell you that we all had access to the paperwork. It was signed by all of the conferees. We have pulled up statute 656733, prohibition on certain funding for abortion. So that's the statute that I was referring to earlier, where taxpayer dollars, in Kansas, taxpayer dollars cannot be used to perform abortion except for the 3 exemptions. And those 3 exemptions are also listed in here. I wouldn't say that anybody was trying to hide anything from anyone. The wording on that particular, I would say I probably saw it, didn't think anything about it, knowing that we cannot spend taxpayer dollars on it. This bill here will expand our DOs in Kansas. It will expand our OBGYNs. It will also help alleviate the issue that we have in the workforce in our licensed folks with the BSRB. So I would ask that you override, or that you support the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2060.
All right. So they are still working to get the issue solved. So again, if your buttons seem to light up differently than how you'd like to vote, look at the board. After we close the roll, use your hands, and we will manually change it up here for you. This constitutes final action on House Bill 2060. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Members will be in their seats. Representative Landwehr votes aye. Representative Turner votes aye. Representative Bourgeon votes aye. Representative Estes votes aye. Representative Hill votes aye. Representative Dennis Miller votes no. Representative Martinez votes no. Representative Melton votes no. Representative Beeler votes aye. Representative Neely votes aye. Representative Underhill votes no. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 83 having voted in favor and 39 against the passage of House Bill 2060, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Burkamp for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2002.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2002 is an amalgamation of 5 different House bills that we've all seen and voted on, and 1 Senate bill that we put together during our conference committee. I'd say these are relatively non-controversial ones. They passed in total 637 to 14. Just a quick rundown. There's 2 sales tax ones for counties, Dickinson and Grant. We approved area agency sales tax exemption for area agencies on aging and suicide prevention. Another House bill to opt in for email notifications on property tax notifications. And then granting the PVD authority to create courses for registered mass appraisers. And then finally, kind of a technical cleanup on lien releases. And again, all these have passed the House except for the Dickinson sales tax one. I guess one question I did get is what the fiscal note was, and I can guarantee you it is less than $1 million. So, and so, Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Seeing no discussion, Representative, you may, nope. Representative Sawyer.
Did you turn it on? Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Conference Committee report. As the carrier noted, these were bills that 5 of them passed the House. We debated on the House floor. They were non-controversial. The one that came from the Senate, Senate Bill 127, is the sales tax authority for Dixon County, allows them to do a local vote. It passed the Senate 35-1. The 6 bills are House Bill 2026. If you want to look how you voted, it passed 121-0 on March 9th. House Bill 2232 on March 29th passed 122-2 in the House. House Bill 2317 passed 123-1 on March 29th, I think. Can't read my own writing. House Bill 2416 passed 114-10. That was the sales tax exemptions for the AAAs, the area agencies on aging. And then House Bill 2421 on March 16th passed 122-0. That was the sales tax authority for Grant County. So, as I said, non-controversial bills. Urge you to support the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Just one last thing. I guess I'd like to thank the ranking minority member and our chairman for a lot of great work this year. It's very humbling to serve on the committee because those two know so much, and I have a long ways to go to learning as much as they do, but it was a pleasure serving with you guys this year. With that, I close and move my motion.
All right, one final time. Buttons are still broke. We'll hopefully have them fixed by tonight. All right, here we go. This constitutes final action on House Bill 2002. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Representative Hill votes aye. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Okay, seeing none. With 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2002, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. We're going to stand at ease. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
The Joint Committee on State Tribal Relations introduces House Resolution Number 6026, a resolution approving an amendment to the gaming compact between the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation and the state of Kansas, and recommends adoption of the resolution.
Are there announcements? Speaker recognizes Representative Stogstill.
Democrats, just a reminder that we will be having agenda upon first recess tomorrow. First recess. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to adjourn.
Okay, I just want to cover this real quick. So there's been a lot of discussion about what's going on. There's a lot of committee work that has to happen right now. So we're pausing the floor stuff so committee work can get done unfettered and we could be ready to go for a big session tomorrow. All right? So I just advise, if you've got the time, go sit on the committees, see what's going on, be involved in that process, watch it on video, but there is a lot that's happening, and specifically there'll be a lot of the budget and other things that'll happen tonight and tomorrow morning. So the other thing is I'm going to ask you guys for this. Adam Thomas, Representative Thomas is in surgery. Just say a prayer for him. He's going to need this. He's fighting for some things and just needs y'all's thoughts and prayers. So I just ask for that. Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Friday, April 28th at 10 a.m.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.